Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Just trying to get everything set up here. Still need to get a couple of files in my project before I actually start editing. Do you need better hardware for 17? You shouldn't need better hardware. Unless, I mean, the only thing I can think of is, if you're struggling with 16, you're probably going to be struggling with 17, but you shouldn't need, better hardware. I don't have better hardware yet. And I'm guessing that a lot of people didn't get better hardware for, specifically for 17. Yep, you're welcome. Just make sure that you back up your database before you get 17, just in case you do have issues. You can always go back because 17 requires a database upgrade. So I just did a video on the smart reframe tool. I think this is one of my first videos that I ever did on my whole channel that I talk about a studio only tool. But I think that this tool is going to speed up a lot of people that do like cross-platform uploading. So uploading to, like, let's say YouTube or something like that, and then going to something that is mobile centric, like let's say Instagram or TikTok or whatever. This tool is going to speed up a lot of people's workflows when it comes to that, because taking a wide video and then making it into a vertical video is a pain in the butt. I wasted a lot of times having to deal with that, and this tool really makes things a lot quicker. Where's the cut page? I turn it off. It still exists. I just don't have it. Maybe I should turn it back on. There you go. There's a cut page. I don't use it, so I have it off of my thing. It was as a joke for one of my other live streams. Still trying to gather all of the stuff here before I start editing. This is something a copy of our timeline, and we can't use the current timeline that we built upon. And I wanted to set this up. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? What are we looking at for times here? All right, so it's almost 4 a.m. where I'm at. Almost 10 a.m. in Germany and almost 6 p.m. in Australia. So today we're taking a look at a tool. Unfortunately. Today we're taking a look at a tool that does use the DaVinci Resolve neural network, and from my understanding, all of the neural network tools are. Today we're taking a look at a tool that does use the DaVinci Resolve neural network, and from my understanding, all of the neural network tools are exclusively for the studio version. If you don't have studio, it might be worth watching this video, because if you do,
because if you do make content for multiple platforms, let's say YouTube and Instagram, or something that has vertical video, this is something that might be better.
11 a.m. Oh man, we got people from all over the place.
So we're taking a look at a tool that does use the DaVinci Resolve neural network, and from my understanding, all of the neural network tools are exclusively for the studio version. If you do use studio, if you don't have studio, it might be worth watching this video, because if you do, because if you do make content, watching this video, because if you do make content for multiple platforms, let's say YouTube, and Instagram, or something that has vertical video.
In the keyboard shortcut thing, it's referred to as fast forward, I believe.
Or something that has vertical video. This is something. This has vertical video. This is something that has vertical video. This is something that might be beneficial to speeding up your workflow if you do this with multiple projects. So without further ado, let's jump into it. How to use the Smart Reframe tool in DaVinci Resolve Studio 17.
There was a couple of things that I learned while I was creating this that kind of was weird. I crashed while I was making this. I crashed probably like 20 times trying to figure it out. And what it was is whenever you use the I talk about it in the video, but anytime you use the Smart Reframe, you can't be referencing another timeline, which I think is a bad thing, but we're still in beta. So I was like, you know what, this is probably something good to make everyone aware. Cause yeah, like I said, I crashed a lot trying to set up a project. But now we should be good.
Today we're taking a look at a tool that does use the DaVinci Resolve neural network, and from my understanding, all of the neural network tools are exclusively for the studio version. If you don't have studio, it might be worth watching this video, because if you do make content for multiple platforms, let's say YouTube and Instagram, or something that has vertical video, this is something that might be beneficial to do this with multiple projects. So without further ado, let's jump into it. How to use the Smart Reframe tool in DaVinci Resolve Studio 17. Before we get started, for those who haven't seen my content before, I do have a reframe tool in DaVinci Resolve Studio 17. Before we get started, those who haven't seen my content before, before we get started, so first thing we're going to do is just have a project set up. I already made one here, and this is just going to be our initial project that we're going to be working on. This project, we're going to do everything until we have a final.
Good morning.
Until we have a final video. We're going to go through, we're going to add our audio, we're going to do any type of adjustments to this. So, made assets. Made assets. So the first thing we're going to do is just...
Actually, no. Not even.
So the first thing we're going to do is just have a... So the first thing we're going to do is just have a project set up. I already made one here, and this is just going to be our initial project that we're going to be working on. This project, we're going to do everything until we have a final video.
Ugh.
For the next project, we're going to do everything until we have a final until we have everything until we have a final video. Until we have a final video. We're going to go through, we're going to add our audio, we're going to do any type of adjustments to this video, we're then going to color grade all of that, and then before we actually go to the render. So we want to make sure you have everything done up until this point, because the way in which you have to set this up, unfortunately, I went through the struggle of learning that DaVinci Resolve crashes a lot if you don't do this correctly, but we're going to be... Don't do this correctly, we're going to be... So crash a lot. If you don't do this correctly, we're going to be making a copy of our timeline, and you can't use the current timeline that we built upon, and then just use that in, let's say, a nested sequence or a
Sequence or
a nested sequence timeline for the timeline. So initially, I just went through. I just cut some stuff. I wanted to get a. I wanted to get.
Jeez.
Cut some stuff. Where I wanted to get.
If only I actually wrote scripts. Ugh. Has anyone played around with the new tools that are in Resolve? It might be a little bit until they're out of beta. I think they're going to have a couple different beta versions. They just released a new beta version for the new Macs. I don't know if you guys seen that. 17.1. But if you don't have a Mac, then you don't need to have that version. If you don't mind me asking, which tools do you like that were amazing that you've tried out? And I guess the follow-up to that is, do you have Studio? So, because there's a lot of Studio stuff. I was looking at the new Resolve effects, and I think there's a total of 10 new ones. Oh, let me see. Yeah, so here are all the new ones, and then a bunch of them that are Studio only got updates. So I was going to look at it, but when I was looking at this, I was like, wait, the only ones that aren't Studio are just keyers. So. Much easier to use. I really like in the new interface, I really like how they like trim the fat on all of these controls over here. I really like that. Obviously, if I wasn't making YouTube videos, I would come into here, I'd make that icons only, and then the same up here, I'd probably just have that as icons only, just to, you know, make more space. But because I do YouTube videos, I try to keep everything default as much as possible so that people say, your version's so different. If you're just learning DaVinci Resolve, I mean, so you can get the beta if you want to play around with the, as I'm referring to as the shiny new things, right? But if you're just getting into DaVinci Resolve and you got the Studio version, 16 is probably going to be your most stable. You're not going to have to deal with crashing or anything like that. I would stick with that. All the new stuff that's in 17, unless there's something very specific in 17 where you're like, hey, I want to, you know, try that out or give that a try. They're still a little rough around the edges. Like the tool that I am making a video about, the Smart Reframe tool, what it's mainly used for is if you're, you know, let's say you make a YouTube video, but then you want to also cross post that onto, let's say, something that's mobile centric like Instagram. And you bring it over, everything's going to be framed up really weird. The Smart Reframe tool does it automatically. Like it'll reframe your subjects. Or if it doesn't reframe it correctly, you can just put use this. You can pick out exactly what you want it to track, and it'll track that and keep that in the middle of the frame. Stuff like that. If you need stuff like that, then yeah, jump on 17. But most tools are still kind of rough around the edges. It does have a lot of new features. If you see a couple of the features that are, you know, announced, that are in the videos or that they talk about, by all means give them a try. But if you need to make videos and you don't want to crash, or you don't want to have issues with like rendering or whatever, stick with what works. Stick with 16 until you get a really good polished, you know, full release. There's going to be tons of people that jump on the beta that are going to be able to give, you know, information or feedback to the team on what's not working and what is working. But if you're making content that you can't deal with, you know, like they say, time is money. If you're going to waste your time, if you're going to waste your time and, you know, on some things that look cool but might not work exactly how you want them to, I'd wait until they're actually stable. At least for me personally. But if you have free time, like a lot of people are now back into quarantine or stuck in their houses on lockdown, if you have the free time and you want to start playing with some new tools, by all means, you know, download it and give it a try. It's kind of hard to tell you why you would be having issues with exporting, because there's so many variables that go into it. I would say look in your console, because that will tell you if there's any errors, and then you can kind of work in reverse to see why you're having issues. Or maybe you're using some type of a plugin or an open effect or something like that. Or maybe the file that you're trying to copy from, like whatever the video clip is, maybe it has an issue or something. But I always like to tell people to start from the console, because that'll tell you where there's errors. What Resolve file? Like the install file? You get it from Blackmagic's website. blackmagicdesign.com. Korea? I'm jealous. You guys have really fast internet. All right.
Stuff. I wanted to get my project set.
I want to get.
I just cut some stuff.
I just cut some stuff. I wanted to get my project set up where
State sequence timeline within a timeline. So initially, I just went through. I just cut some stuff. I wanted to get my project set up where
line. So initially, I just went through. I just cut some stuff.
I wanted to get my project set up where I wanted to set this up so that the subject was within a timeline. So initially, I just went through. I just cut some stuff. I wanted to set this up so that the
timeline. So initially, I just went through. Yeah.
So initially, I wanted to set this up so that the subject was constantly in different positions on the screen, and see how this worked if it was per shot, or if it was going to try to make all the key
to make all
the keyframes for changing up the position of where we currently the position of where we currently have everything reframed.
Yeah, today I found a couple of bugs. Actually, now that I said that, hold on a second. I don't think you guys can see this, but I want to make another note.
see the position of where we currently have everything reframed. I wanted to see how it was. So I just, this was all people. I didn't know how this was. So I just, this was all about this. No, so I just, all people. I didn't know how this was going to work out, but later we go and we look at other things about it. So it's just people, multiple people, some.
Yeah, it was on another desktop.
Here this was going to work out, but later we go and we try to look at.
I'm not sure what part of it doesn't work. There was a gentleman the other day that asked me about languages, and when I was reading through the documentation, I learned that they have support for, hold on. No, wait, now this just says Thai and Vietnamese. Wait a second. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh. Interesting. Didn't know that.
So later we go and we try to look at other things here. But so it's just people, multiple people, some people, like here the kid is. I didn't know how this was going to work out, but later we go and we try to look at other things here. But so it's just people, multiple people, some people, like here the kid is going from the left. Try to look at other things here. But so it's just people, people try to look at other things here. But so it's just people, multiple people, some people, like here.
That's a lot of saying people.
So it's just people, multiple people, some people, like here the kid is going.
All right.
Try to look at other things here, but so it's just people, multiple people, some people.
What am I talking about?
This was all people. I didn't know how this was going to work out, but later we go and we try to look at other.
You can tell that I'm thinking ahead and I'm not vocalizing it, so none of this makes sense.
We currently have everything reframed. I wanted to see how it was. So I just, this was all people. Keyframe for changing up the position of where we currently have everything reframed. I wanted to see how it was. So I just, this was all people. I didn't know how this was going to work out.
All right, so
People, some people, like here the kid is going from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen. Reframed. I wanted to see of where we currently keyframes for change. Make all the keyframes for changing up the position of where we currently have everything reframed. I wanted to see how it was. So I just, this was all people. Yeah, this was trying to look at other things. So it's just people, multiple people, some people. We currently have everything reframed. So it's just people, multiple people. I wanted to set this up so that the subject was constantly in different positions on the screen and see how this worked, if it was per shot or if it was going to try to make all of the keyframes for changing up the position of where we currently have everything reframed. So it's just people, multiple people, some people, like here the kid is going from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen. I just wanted to see how it works. So my initial idea was I was from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen. I just wanted to see.
I'm interested in new color page as a film smooth, different. No, the DaVinci Resolve 17 Studio will be a free upgrade for you. So once you have the Studio version, upgrades are free to new big releases. It's been that way for quite a while. Some people in the chat were saying lifetime member or lifetime license. I don't know if they'll do it forever, but they've done it for a very long time thus far. Yeah.
On the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen. I just wanted to see how it worked. So my initial idea was I was going to make a timeline, and then because if I make a timeline here, I do some color grade, I add some music in. Let's say I want to change the color grade at some point in time.
This was something that I was super concerned with. When a lot of times when I guess you wouldn't be making a video for another platform unless you were finished, but I wanted to reference one timeline on another timeline, and that's where I was crashing a lot, because if I was to reference one timeline on another timeline, I only had to ever change the main timeline, like that master timeline. And you could change like color grades, whatever. And then the other timeline that would have the other aspect ratio would just, look at the main timeline. But doing that using the smart reframe tool, it was crashing every single time. So your best option is just to make a copy, which I guess it's fine if you have a locked project, a locked timeline, and you're never going to change anything.
If I want to change the color grade at some point in time, I could, if I just take the timeline and put it in time, I could, if I just take the timeline and put it into another timeline, you would see everything reflected because it's just referencing a different timeline. So that's what I actually did. I made one timeline, and then I made my second timeline, switch this up, and I put this in the timeline. Right? And what I quickly tried to do, once I did this, is I tried to come into reframe, and every time I would hit reframe, it would start and it would instantly crash. It didn't matter how, any setting I changed, it would crash every single time. Maybe that's not a good thing, but again, we're still in beta, but it crashed every single time. So then I had to look into how they recommend setting up, and how they recommended setting up was making a duplicate of your timeline, and then changing a couple parameters. So open this up. And here are our timelines. Go into the main timeline. We're just going to right click, and then we're going to go to duplicate. And then once we have it duplicated, let's go like this so we can see it. I do have 2 copies, so this is the duplicate that I just made. Once we have it duplicated, the next thing we're going to do is right click on it, go into timeline settings. There's a couple of things we want to change here. Obviously, we want to change the resolution. Instead of wide, we want tall video. So we're just going to switch these numbers. So 1080 and then 1920. And then the other thing that we want to do is come down here, and we want to select full frames. Actually, let me go back so I can show you what this would actually. Let me open this one up. So this is how our video would currently be shown. They're showing the whole clip within the resolution, right? So that's not exactly what we want. So in these settings, after we change the resolution, we're also down here in mixed match resolutions. We're going to set this to scale full frame, so that means that the whole frame has some part of the image, but it's going to be a crop. So obviously, it doesn't squish everything in there and make the video tall. It's going to keep its aspect ratio, but it's just going to crop off some of these sides. So we're going to click that and then click OK, and now we have everything full frame or full screen now. And as you can see, some stuff is kind of chopped off. We don't have the kid in this image or this clip. So the next step that we would do is we would highlight everything and then click reframe. I don't know how that would interact with my computer here, but let's go through and do that. So there we are. We're going to do that. And one thing that I noticed is once this gets going, the graphics card is going to shoot up. So it's obviously accelerated by GPU, which is amazing. So that's just going to shoot all the way up. It'll go through everything. Obviously, depending on the hardware you have, depending on the size, the resolution, and so on. It's going to be a mixed bag results on what you're doing. It's going to be a mixed bag resolution, and so on. You have depending on the size of the resolution, and so on.
Big Sur.
It's going to be a mixed bag results on what you're going to get out of it. So once that's done, then we can go through and we can kind of view everything and see what has happened. So if I click on this first clip here.
Maybe it's just you being impatient. Could be that too. I already have it on low latency.
It's going to be a mixed bag results on what you're going to get out of it. So once that's done, then we can go through and we can kind of view everything and see what is happening. So if I click on this first clip here, and we're looking here in the position, what it's doing is just, obviously the top and bottom are going to be the top and bottom of the frame, but it's just going to take that full, and so on. It's going to be a mixed bag results on what you're going to get out of it. So once that's done, then we can go through and we can kind of view everything and see what is happening. So if I click on this first clip here, and we're looking here in the position, what it's doing is just, obviously the top and bottom are going to be the top and bottom of the frame, but it's just going to take that full wide shot. It's going to move it around based on what is in the frame that
I wonder why I'm getting this popping. Is it this? It's causing this? Can I change this, like, priority? Oh gosh, there's so many settings in here. I don't even know what half this means. The beta has the free version and the studio version. So whichever version you have, you get you can use. The beta has a lot of studio only, and they have free updates as well. You can get it there. something is popping. And I'm like, I dealt with it for 2 days now, but I'm starting to get sick of hearing it. I don't know shit about this thing. What the heck is V-band? I don't know what this means. Is this even something that I have to pay attention to? How's my IP up there? Oh, this is network audio. Okay, don't need that. What's a 512? Is that a buffer? Sample rates? It's just when I fast forward in DaVinci Resolve, it's like constantly popping. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it just sounds horrible. You don't ever hear it in the final video. It's just while I'm editing, I hear it. And I used to never hear that. Every day I'm making videos. Every day I post a new video. Currently I'm just making videos about the new release every single day. So that's what I'm doing. Alright. If you guys don't hear it, then I guess I'll just suffer. Oh, damn it. Wait, you guys can still hear, but I can't hear anything. Whoops. Uh-oh. I think I screwed something up. Hold on a second. Let's see. Oh, wait. It's fine. Is it a lot lower now?
It's not going to be the top and bottom of the frame, but it's just going to take that full wide shot. It's going to move it around based on what is in the frame.
I don't know. Anyways.
So once that's done, then we can go through and we can kind of view everything and see what has happened. So if I click on this first clip here, and we're looking here in the position.
Yeah, I have a lot of different audio devices. I just use the voice meters so that when I go into OBS, it goes into OBS for multiple sources. So I could save multiple channels. But it's okay. On the square? My mic on the square. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I don't use this for anything. I just use it for like the virtual audio cables or virtual audio software or whatever. So that I can, I don't know. I guess it's not that big of a deal. I need to learn more about audio. Oh yeah, I don't have the cut page either. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at that. No cut page. I don't have that either. Don't worry about it. You're not missing anything. Media is a very good page. I guess most people don't use media, but if you're making... I don't have any of my cards in here, but if you're on like a film set and you're going from the camera card to a hard drive, you use the media page a lot because it does data integrity checks once it copies over, because that's the last thing you want. If each minute in a camera is like tens of thousands of dollars, you want to check data integrity. So what it does, I made a whole video about how it works, but it will take your files from your card, put them onto another location, and then after it's done putting it in the new location, it'll read both locations, the card and wherever you have it saved on like a hard drive, bit for bit to make sure that they're identical. And yeah, that's the kind of stuff that when you have, each minute in a camera is tens of thousands of dollars, or maybe you're doing a scene where you just flip like 6 cars over and there's big explosions and everything took like a day and a half to set up that one shot. You need those tools. It doesn't take very long. So I can go, hold on a second. I can go and get like raw footage off my server quick. Okay. So here's just some raw footage, 489 gigs. I can bring it in and drop it right on. Boom. Now I can play it all. Doesn't take long. I don't know what you have going on. I don't know what your setup's like. How?
At some point in time, if I just take the timeline and put it into another timeline, I would, you would see everything reflected because it's just referencing a different timeline. So that's what I usually did. I made one timeline, and then I made my second timeline, switch this up, and I put the second timeline on here, right? And what I quickly tried to do, once I did this, is I tried to come into reframe, and every time I would hit reframe, it would start and it would instantly crash. It didn't matter how, any setting I changed, it would crash every single time. Maybe that's not a good thing, but again, we're storing data, but it crashed every single time. So then I had to look into how they recommend to set this up, and how they're recommending setting it up was making a duplicate of your timeline, and then changing a couple parameters. So I would go into my main timeline, we would open this up, and here are our timelines. Go into the main timeline, we're just...
Easy as that. I forget when this processor came out. What is it? The Ryzen 7 1700? When was the release date for that card or that chip? I forget when I got it. Release date. Oh, 2017. Oh, 16, 17. Oh, this is what I got. That's what it said. Am I looking at the wrong thing? I think that's what I have, at least. But either way. I have Studio. Or are you talking about someone else?
I just take the timeline and put it into here are our timelines. So I would go into my main timeline, we would open this up, and here here are our timelines. Go into the green timeline. We're just going to right click, and then we're going to go to duplicate. And then once we have it duplicated, let's go like this so we can see it. I do have 2 copies, so this is the duplicate that I just made. Once we have it duplicated, the next thing we're going to do is right click on it, go into timeline settings. There's a couple of things we want to change here. Obviously, we want to change the resolution instead of wide. We want tall video, so we're just going to switch these numbers. So 1080, and then.
Is this the guy that just said this before?
And then the other thing that we want to do is come down here, and we want to scale full frame. So what that means is, actually, let me go back so I can show you what this would actually, let me open this one up. So this is how our video would currently be shown. They're showing the whole clip within resolution, right? So we want exactly what we want. So in these settings, after we change the resolution, we're also down here in mix match resolutions. We're going to set this to scale full frame. So that means that the whole frame has some part of the image, but it's going to be a crop. So obviously, it doesn't squish everything in there and make the video tall. It's going to keep its aspect ratio, but it's just going to crop it.
Man, imagine getting free content on the internet and demanding that someone else does something very specific. Oh boy. I tried to, ever since I started making YouTube videos, I tried to stay away from stuff that wasn't already a part of DaVinci Resolve, but I do have a couple of open effects. It's kind of funny because now they they made it here. So here is an open effect that I have. This is kind of funny. So this is if you ever need to see if you have like hot spots or anything, right? It's called false color. So that's an open effect. But then look what they just added to DaVinci Resolve 17. So then I didn't even need to buy it, even though I've had it for many, many years, and it's definitely, you know, done its part. But most stuff I tried to stay away from. So like I have a whole bunch of VSTs for doing like audio stuff, the little bit of audio that I know how to do. I ended up uninstalling all of them just because I want to try to, when I teach stuff, I want to try to stay specific to the stuff that's already built in so that people that are following don't have to go out and buy stuff. But by all means, I like that open effects are usable in DaVinci Resolve. I just don't think a lot of people know how many open effects there really exists out there. And because when people look up DaVinci Resolve plugins, they look up DaVinci Resolve plugins. They don't look up open effects. So why would you need false color? You need false color. It's a part of editing, and what it does is it shows you hot spots. Here, let me show you. I think when I full screen here at the beginning, yeah, this will be a perfect example. So if I had false color, these spots right here are the brightest of bright, right? So you can see that they're really high. That's the brightest of bright colors. And when you're color grading, if you look at footage for a long period of time, you might not pay attention to some things. But in this case, let's say we put this on and we took a look at this. We could say, oh, man, look it. We're blowing out there, right? So what you would typically try to do, you can see it over here in your scopes as well. But being able to see it here, it'll show you exactly where it is. So like, let's say you're out on a sunny day. And when you look on your scope, or when you look down here at your scopes, you might see that, okay, you're clipping somewhere, right? But are you clipping on a reflection on a chrome bumper, or is the guy's forehead clipping? And if it's obviously it's the skin tones, you want to try to pull that back so that you can, you know, retain the skin tones and it's not blown out. But that chrome bumper, you know, it doesn't really matter that that's blown out. What this does is it allows you to see in the frame the parts of the image that are blown out. This shows you the same thing, but it's vertical, right, in how it shows you. Here it'll show you, okay, this little area is blown out compared to over here or over there. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different. It shows you the same information. It just shows you in the frame instead of on a scope, which is showing you the whole image from left to right instead of the top to bottom, if that makes sense. So that's why you would use those. And those used to not be in DaVinci Resolve. So if you're at a high-end color suite, they'll have monitors that you can switch into false color mode, and it'll show you that same thing. Or you had to buy an open effect that was scoped. So I would drop this on here, and then things crash. So that happened. I'm going to start it back up. Why do you see my are you asking about the games because you seen what's on my taskbar? I play games, but I don't play like I used to. I actually used to compete, but I don't do any of that anymore. Kind of had to figure out how to make money, right? So I don't really play that many games. Crash using open effects. I honestly haven't used those in a while. Any tips for swapping hard drives? Oh, you actually didn't see it? Well, it depends on what games you play, but right here is the Blizzard launcher. Right now I don't work with anyone. Well, COVID, but here and there I might work like with models and stuff. Cuz I used to film a lot of stock. So that's when you use them. Like you see me, I use a lot of my stock in my YouTube videos, so you'll see like the guys boxing, or you'll see pictures like that. But I kind of stepped back from doing a lot of stock. I don't do a ton of it anymore. All right, let's see. Oh, look at that. Why is this here, but I have a cut over here?
Or full screen now. As you can see, some stuff is kind of chopped off. We don't have the kit.
Let me just make sure that this isn't... I didn't actually add anything to that. Okay. Oh, got something here. What is that? There we are. What Blizzard games have I played? Well, I used to play World of Warcraft. I haven't touched that game in many, many years, though. But right now I just play Heroes of the Storm. Because I can play one game and then I get off. Or one round and then I get off. Just because I don't have that much time to play.
So that's just going to shoot all the way up. It'll go through everything. Hardware, so depending on the hardware you have, depending on the size of the resolution, and so on. So once that's done, then we can do through and we can kind of view everything and see what has happened. So if I click everything in there and make the video tall.
Wait a second. What did I do here? Why do I have a cut there? Do I ever play console? No, I don't ever play console. My last console was a PlayStation. Like the original PlayStation. And then I played PC games, and I used to compete in Counter-Strike 1.5 and then 1.6. Depending on how old you are, you might not even know what that is, but yeah, I used to travel to play. But back then, there was no streaming or nothing like that. There was these things that were called LAN centers, where it was like a big building where there was a lot of computers, and then you can compete there. But ever since then I just played computer games. What was my first console? NES. The first Nintendo. Yeah, computer-wise, yeah, at some point I'm going to upgrade, but I just really want to see all the new reviews for the AMD stuff. What's my method for getting good vocals? Getting someone that does good vocals to do them for me. It really depends on what you're talking about. So when I did commercials, and we did like voiceovers for like restaurants and stuff, I would just send it out and have someone else do it. I'll be completely honest. I just went to Fiverr. Back then, everything on the website was only $5. So I could get voiceovers for super cheap. But I think now they changed like the whole pricing structure on that website. You suggest AMD over NVIDIA? That's very hard to say. You know, NVIDIA cards, they have a track record, right? AMD cards, at least for DaVinci Resolve, don't really have the greatest of track records, at least the last big release. I forget what it was, the 570 or something like that, or I don't know how they were referring to it as, like, but back like last year and the year before or something like 2 years ago, when they had like their release of new graphics cards, they were having issues in Resolve, and I had to like tell people like, oh, you got to constantly be updating the drivers because they were having a lot of issues. Like things were looking weird on screen, and they would have a lot of crashing. But the new AMD cards look super interesting. As long as what they're claiming is actual, you know, going to legit, like they're going to be comparable cards at like half the price or whatever the prices were. I just know that they were extremely cheaper. If that turns out to be true, I'll probably do like the pair up with an AMD CPU and an AMD graphics card. But only time will tell. Okay, let's get some other stuff here. I don't know if Intel is actually going to be dead. Intel's a very, very big company. Very big. AMD is extremely small to Intel. Extremely small. Like 95% of servers in data centers all run Intels. They're just starting to be AMD, like, are just getting into that marketplace. So, and I don't think Intel's going anywhere. Consumer-wise, they're getting kind of beat up right now, for sure. But Intel also makes a lot more than just processors. They make network equipment. They make really high-end GPU stuff for like supercomputers and that.
So we're gonna click that and then click OK, and now we have everything.
Yeah, but there are a lot of companies that are getting Epic systems. Like I think that new what is that thing that Google has for like video games? If I'm not mistaken, that whole like infrastructure is on the new Epic processors. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like they are. Stadia, yeah, I think that whole Stadia project is all with Epic. But then again, whatever happened to Stadia, is that like an actual thing that exists? I heard like a lot of stuff, and I'm actually gonna look it up. $10 a month, and then you have to get like their controller. I wonder what it's like, because I only ever seen people like their initial reviews on it. Oh, there's not that many games on it. Is this all there is? I mean, there might be, what, a total of like 50 games here? That's like nowhere near like a console or like Steam or anything like that. That's kind of crazy. What's your favorite drink? Are we talking to like liquor? If we're talking about liquor, I would say Port Charlotte. It's a scotch from a company called Brookladdy.
Everything full screen now. And as you can see, some stuff is
Here. These guys. This is probably my favorite. Depending on where you live, if your state purchases all the liquor for the state, it'd be kind of difficult to get this. Like, I can't buy it in Pennsylvania. I have to go to New Jersey to buy it because New Jersey liquor stores can buy their own. In the Pennsylvania, the state buys everything. But yeah, that's my go-to.
Full screen now. And as you can see, some stuff is kind of chopped off. We don't have the kid in this image, so we just click. So the next step that we would do is we would highlight everything and then click reframe. I don't know how that would interact with my computer here, but let's go through and do that. So there we are. We're going to do that. And one thing that it's going to be a mixed bag results on.
Oh, that's why I had a cut there. Okay.
What you're going to get out of it. So that's just going to go through everything. Obviously, depending on the hardware you have, depending on the size of the resolution, and so on. So once that's done, then we can go through and we can kind of view the thing and see what has happened. So
no worries, man. Oh, it is Friday. I completely forgot. I was going to say, man, in the middle of the week, but it is Friday. Good morning.
if I click on this first clip here, and we're looking here in the position, what it's doing is just, obviously the top and bottom are going to be the top and bottom of the frame, but it's just going to take that full wide shot, and it's going to move it around based on what is in the frame that it believes. To move it around based on on what is in the frame that it believes is the subject. And I'll get into, if it didn't pick the correct subject, how we would fix that. One thing that's cool to note here is that what it's doing is it's adding in keyframes. So at any point in time, if something is off, you can go in and you can adjust the keyframes. So as you can see the keyframes are here, and if I open this up to actually see the how the keyframes are laid out. Oops, that's zoom. We'll go into position. You can see that it's making slight adjustments as it goes through the shot. So you can go in and at any point in time change those up or completely clear them. Like you could say, okay, this shot, maybe I just wanted it to be the female and not the.
Resolve still keeps all phone footage mono. So I don't know exactly why your footage is mono unless, I mean, if it's a cell phone, don't cell phones only have one mic? So it would already only be mono, right? But if you want the mono signal to go out to both channels, you would open up your file and then go into clip attributes, come over into audio, and then you can map that. So if it's only one channel, you can map it to whatever channels you want. So you can come in and say, okay, let's say it's just channel 1. You could say, okay, left channel, channel 1, right channel, channel 1, right? If you only have one channel. But yeah, you would have to open it up. And again, how do you do that is you click on whatever the video clip is, right click, come to clip attributes, click on audio, and then you would set the source. The United States is very big, so it's I mean, there's some places where, you know, some parts in the United States that I hate saying videographer, but they make 10 times the amount as in another area. So like if you're out in LA or you're in New York or Texas, you're probably, maybe even Seattle, but those places you're probably going to make significantly more than the rest of the country. To do it all in the same time, how do you would paste, but I forget how to paste clip attributes. Hold on a second. There is a way. No wait, that would be down here. So if I copied, hold on a second. We're gonna experiment here because I forget how to do that. So if I paste attributes, right? These are only what you're changing over here. Hold on a second. If I switch over, let me see on the media page. So I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if there's a easy way to do that. I'm guessing there is, but I don't even know, to be honest with you. Someone else know? I just select all the audio clips. Oh, the other thing you could do is instead of having this as stereo, you could just change this to mono, right? Because it's a mono track. You could switch this to mono, and then what'll happen is it'll be in the left and right when you go to export a stereo channel. Right? Yeah, you could do that instead. So just come down here and change that. That's how I would do it.
It's matter that the subject is something small in the whole frame, and that I have that pretty much in the middle. Now, there are a couple issues, and we're looking here in the position load frame. Just, obviously, the top and bottom are going to be the top and bottom of the frame. The wide shot is going to move it around based on what is in the frame that it believes is the subject. And I'll get into wide shot is going to move it around based on what is in the frame that it believes is the subject. And I'll get into if it didn't pick the correct subject.
How we would fix that.
One thing that's cool to note here is that what it's doing is it's adding in keyframes. So at any point in time, if something is a little off, you can go in and you can adjust the keyframes. So as you can see, the keyframes are here, and if I open this up to actually see the how the keyframes are laid out, oops, that's zoom, we'll go into position, we can see that it's making slight adjustments as it goes through the shot. So you can go in and at any point in time change those up or completely clear them. Like you can say, okay, this shot, maybe I just wanted it to be the female and not the male. So I can having select it, reset this, then I can bring this over so it's her, and then we'll hit this little drop down, go to Smart Reframe. Once it's enabled, we can come in here and pick our reference, and then just pick on wherever the subject matter is that we want to have reframe. Now that we do that, we'll click Reframe. It will then analyze only the clips you have selected, because since I only have this one clip selected, it's only going to reframe this one shot. And now if I play this, let's turn that off. If I play this, it's keeping her reframe shot even though it's moving. As you can see, the keyframes that were there to change that up. So it's pretty cool. Now I'll go into, as you can see, now the kid is there, the whole thing, even though it started.
Oh my gosh. Every time, man, there's always someone. I did not want to pin him. Unpin that. It was moving, damn it. Yeah, fast forwarding playback. Go into your keyboard and pick a key, and then for the command, it's called fast forward.
The whole thing, even though it started with him off the screen, when you go and you have the Smart Reframe,
it saves so much time.
again, it'll look at the whole shot, even if it's cut off within the program monitor. So I just want within the program monitor. So I just wanted, after I did that, I then started to play around, and there was a couple of other shots that I wanted to
Oh yeah, dude, it saves so much time.
for, like,
So much time.
People, I get that, right? And then I also tried animals, and it did pretty well. But now I wanted to see.
And the more and more you do it, the more and more you get used to hearing the things fast. It makes things so much better.
How it would do with random elements.
The only time you can't really use fast forward is if you're doing some type of project where timing matters. If you're doing comedy and there has to be that like dead air for a little bit, but yeah. What key do I use? Tilde, the key in front of the one. That we do with
random elements here. What we do with random elements here. So this shot is do with random elements here. So this shot here is a jet fighter, and as you can see, for the most part, it's in, but then different parts, it's cut off. Like here, it's cut off. Here, it's cut off. Let's just see how it does without. Just to see how it does without doing anything else.
What the hell is this? Chain of clip story? I've never seen this little thing. Interesting. That's not what I wanted, though.
All right, so now if we take a look at this, else.
All right.
Fights. All right, so now if we take a look at this, it's keeping that fighter pretty much centered. That's another thing to keep in mind here. Depending on what you're actually framing, it's going to try to frame everything centered. Typically when you're shooting, that thing's center. Frame everything. Typically when you're shooting film or something like that, you want something to not be completely in the center, but then you have to remember that you typically have more, then you have to remember that you could have more, to work with if it's a wide shot compared to a vertical video. And so in most situations for social media, you're going to want to have for social media, you're going to want to have whatever the subject is in the middle. So as we've seen there, it kept that pretty much in the middle. Now there are a couple of issues. Why it won't keep it in the middle is when obviously it might be for a wide shot, it might be the subject is all the way to the edge, and it'll button the video all the way up to the edge, but we don't want to ever see black. So it'll go all the way to the edge where it can, and then if the subject goes off, obviously we don't have footage to continue going over that way, but it does its best for the most part. And like I said, at any point in time, you can at any point in time, you can go in and change the keyframes. Here was another one that I was really interested in because you would think the subject might be the helicopter here, right? But this shot does something.
I don't know if I want to show this one because
there was another one that.
All right, we'll skip this one.
Something they're super interesting person here. So it doesn't matter that the subject is some in the whole. So the with the camera I was thinking it would be centered on the helicopter so the guy got down and then maybe jump down to the guy. Here's another one. I don't want to change the keyframe. Here's another one. You can go in and change the keyframe. Here's another one. I was like, okay, I don't know if you can tell if that the person doesn't have like normal person like structure. But
oh, geez.
But it does follow him all the way across, and obviously if you only go so far to the edge. Here was another one. What was this one about? Okay, so this was an interesting one. There really aren't any.
$16 should be fine with fast forwarding. I've used fast forwarding forever. 15. The only thing that would probably cause you to crash is if you're on a slow hard drive and it's trying to read really fast, but it can't read as fast. So there's some type of bottleneck. I know like some people are talking about different hard drives, but I don't know if you have a slow one or a quick one.
Right? There really aren't any people in this, right? You could see there's a guy there, but then it's like, oh, this is confused. It jumped back to this one. Why did that? I don't know. So let's go back. Let's go back to that shot, and let's go back. Go back to that shot, and let's go and set this up for and let's go and set this up. Reset that, and I'm on the wrong one. We're going to reset that, and I'm going to bring it over for this helicopter. Now, you don't have to do this, but obviously I want to be able to pick the correct thing. We're then going to turn this over. Switch this. Wait, where is this thing? Okay, there it is. So I'm going to pick this as the focus, right, to follow this, and reframe. So now,
Hi, Kraft. How are you doing?
Just following that helicopter. So now, it got that in the middle, and now it's just following that helicopter. The other one doesn't matter. I thought that was really cool, right? So it gets to the edge, and then I can't do anything more. And then this one was pretty cool. It kept it right in the middle the whole way down. As you can see, the keyframe is constantly moving. I thought that because this has a lot of different things that are going on. The shape that it was tracking is continuously moving. Maybe it changes color as well. I guess it's something similar there. And then here, if we take a look at this, it's an initial thing. Okay, that's not what I want to do. Okay, here we go. This is the one thing that's similar there. And then here, and then here. So as you can see, it's all over the place. Again, it's pretty simple. You just track it. It tries to find the right thing, and then all the way through this whole video, we got them right in the middle of the frame. And overall, I think that this is a pretty cool tool. But then, like I was saying, so overall, I think this is a pretty cool. Like right in the middle of the frame. And overall, I think that this is a pretty cool. Because this isn't linked to another frame. So overall, I think this is a pretty cool tool. But like I said at the beginning, because this isn't linked to another timeline, I would say go through everything, color grade.
You're welcome.
Right before you go to deliver, then you can go in and set this one up, reframe the whole thing, add a different aspect ratio. Then you can, if you know how to, you can then go into the deliver page and set both timelines up in the deliver page as jobs, and then the deliver page as jobs, and then render it both at the same time. One thing that I kind of don't like about doing it this way is that at any point in time, let's say you were building something for a client and they didn't like a color grade, you would have to go into both timelines and fix that color grade. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff within the color page that you would be able to reference back and forth, but because they aren't linked in any way, away and it's just a duplication of a timeline, you won't get the complete copy from one to the other with some type of like linking. So that is the one downside to this. But outside of that, I think that's pretty cool. I've in the past have made promo videos where I made it for YouTube and then I wanted to put it on Instagram and I couldn't put it on there without having to go through everything by hand, which.
Has anyone had to reframe stuff without having any type of auto tool? It is a pain to sit there and painfully go through and continuously keep shifting it for the vertical video.
Reframe everything by hand, which kind of.
I'm not sure what you mean by highlight. You're highlighting stuff like this? Highlight the audio instead of having both highlight it like that?
So this is definitely going to speed up the workflow for a lot of people that create content on multiple platforms. But yeah, this is a studio only thing. Kind of sucks for people that don't have studio or haven't made the leap into studio. Maybe for some people this will be the thing that jump. They'll then go over to studio 4. It's not the biggest thing for people that don't make stuff. The thing that jump. They'll then go over to studio 4. It's not. The biggest thing for people that don't make stuff on multiple platforms that have multiple aspect ratios, but I think overall it's a pretty cool tool. So it's got the thumbs up. The platform might be vertical video, but I just kind of, that's pretty much it for this tool. In the comments, let me know aspect ratios, but I think overall it's a pretty cool tool. So it's got the thumbs up in my book. That's pretty much it. This will be the thing that jump, they'll then go over to studio.
But
I think thing that jump, they'll then go over to studio 4. I think overall it's a pretty cool tool. So it's got the thumbs up in my book. That's pretty much it for this tool. In the comments, let me know, do you make stuff on multiple platforms? Would this be something that you see as a benefit, or do you have a workaround where you, on the top of the model, maybe put something, on the top of the model, maybe put something, or maybe you just, take it, okay, the platform might be vertical video, but I just kind of, you have a workaround where you, on the top of the model, maybe something, a workaround where you, on the top of the model, maybe put something, the platform might be I just see as a benefit, or do you have a workaround where you the platform might be vertical video, but I just kind of use the angle and then just rotate it. Let me know in the comments.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's something. Platforms, would this be something that you see as a benefit, or do you have a workaround where you, on the top of the model, maybe put something?
And yeah, that.
And do you make stuff on multiple platforms? Would
be something that you see as a benefit.
And yeah, that's pretty much. That you see as a benefit, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's pretty tight. And yeah, that you see as a benefit. That's pretty much it. Stay safe, guys. Oh, geez, it's a little abrupt. Let's try this again.
Something that you see as a benefit, or do you have a workaround where you
have a workaround where you
on the top of the model, maybe put something. The platform might be vertical video, but I just kind of use the angle and then just
let me know in the comments.
As a benefit, or do you have a workaround where you, on the top of the model, maybe put something? Let me know in the comments. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Stay safe, guys. My name's JR. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. I'll see you guys in the next one.
That's how you take a shitty ending and make it a little bit better. Whoa. Didn't mean to do that. All right, where did I stop here? There's a lot here. Why not chop in and out at a page? Okay, what are we talking about? Oh boy, I feel dumb. I'm gonna jump off of here. Yeah, I think you gotta go to sleep. Bring your... Okay, so got my ending. Got that. Oh, you know what? I don't even have. So go in and then go to YouTube. Drop that in here. Why do I hear like cans getting hit on the ground? Go in there, drop this in here. Do you make this is a studio only? That's pretty much it. That sucks. 'Cause I use that a lot. It definitely speeds up the process. Yeah, I'm kind of guessing that it probably will too. Do you have USB 3.0 on your system? All right. So I forget what the music was that we picked up yesterday, but I want to use the same stuff again because it's like new. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say a cheap thing that's really fast, but there's a couple of caveats to it that I would say would be to get a, I think it's called a T5. Yeah, the T5 SSD. Those are they're really quick drives. And if you have it has to be a USB 3.0 port though. I would say that you could edit off of that, but the only caveat that you have to remember is when you have the footage in DaVinci Resolve, it's linked to that. So if you ever pull that out, all of your clips are going to turn red, like they're not a part of your project anymore. So you have to plug it back in and then reset it. All right. Because when I was mobile, that's what I would use, is a T5 drive. Focus beats. Okay, now we gotta turn off this music. There we are. And then we will start. That song sounds very familiar. I feel like I've heard that in a YouTube video before. Now that I think about it. We're going to take this down to 35. Today we're taking a look at a tool that does use the DaVinci Resolve neural network, and from my understanding, all of the neural network tools are exclusively for the Studio version. If you don't have Studio, it might be worthwhile. 35. Maybe I'll put audio on using Fairlight, since I never use Fairlight, and see if there's anything interesting over there. Let's give it a try. All right. So once that's done, oh my gosh. Okay, what are these new buttons? What the heck is that? What is that? Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. Talk about not knowing anything here anymore. Video, audio, translation, what? Jump to fade. Jump to fade. What does that do? Jump to fade. Oh, wait. If I go like... Oh, it jumps to the fade. Interesting. You probably can't see that, but... Jumping to the... Oh, it's jumping to this fade, and then it's jumping to that fade. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what the use case for that would be, but... Interesting. Alrighty. Why do I feel like I have no room?
Then
Yeah, be a bit. So if I have it jump to that, turn snapping on, have snapping go to there, then I can easily go like that. Interesting. But now I can't see how long these are. There's nothing saying how long this is, right? I don't see anything moving on the screen telling me how long this is. Do I have to turn something on to see that? What's navigation? No. Zoom presets? Interesting. So now there's nothing here to tell me how long this is. That's a different way of going about it. I don't know if that would work for me right now. Okay, that's enough of that for today. I need to be able to see how long these are. And as you can see, for the most part, it's in, but then different parts, it's cut off like reframe. Did I go down a track by accident there? Oh, I sure did. Reframe. So that means this one's. It's just. Yo. How did I accidentally do that? Position. What it's doing is just obviously. That goes all the way out. So we'll cut that there. Come in new. Editing a video about editing a video about editing. For this tool, oh, never move that. I would accidentally click something. Comments, let me know. Do you make stuff on multiple do you make stuff on multiple multiple platforms? Would this be something that you see as Thanks for watching. Have a good one. I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright. I think it is pretty much done. Today we're taking I need to go get a drink. Guess I could start rendering this, huh? Section. Where'd the music go? I think we're pretty good now. We got that done. I need to go get a drink. Playing around with PNGs today. 4 arrows, text. Next 3 extra channels for layout, I guess. Yeah, Fusion definitely has a few extra tools that makes animating stuff a little easier. I'm gonna go get a drink and I will be right back. And then after this, if you guys have any questions on creating different effects or something, I can go through it with you guys. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. I just burned myself in some freaking coffee. Now my mouth is like practically numb. All right. So I'm done with this. Now I just have to make a thumbnail, but does anyone have any questions for me? Uh, Hi Jay, what are your thoughts on clean feed monitor TV? Thoughts? Like, are you saying like what should you get, sort of thing? It would really come down to, is it just you that's looking at it, or are you in a room with like a client? If it's you just looking at it, I would get something that is comfortable for you to look at. If you get a big TV, you gotta like look around, you know what I mean? If you mount on a wall, you always have to look over at the wall. I would get something that's comfortable for you. So like, just have something that's like eye level, and you can, you know, simply just move your eyes a little bit and your head a little bit. I want to get something that's too big, unless you have a setup where you're kind of a bit away from, let's say like a wall, and you mount it on the wall behind your setup, something like that. But I could see like having to like look around, or like look at the thing and look up at the corner or whatever. Could be kind of a pain. And again, I don't know how big your desk is or how far away it would be from you, the TV, if you would get that. But yeah, I would probably get a monitor that, if you can, I would probably get one that's similar to the one that you have. If you can get the TV away, so like it's a distance behind you or away from you, then that would be great. Here, let me show you some stuff like I've been kind of trying to build out. Now I have to figure out where it is on my system, but hold on a second. I have it somewhere in here. Hold on, I'm getting a whole thing of pictures here. Of other studios I am pulling inspiration from for things. Just gonna kind of watch what I show here. Hold on. Now, obviously, these are like really big, but you would want them to be a distance away from you. But at least you'll get an idea what I mean, a distance away and still eye level. See, like now this is audio stuff, but they're just like, you're not like looking crazy up. Because I've seen some people, they have their TV like mounted above them, and I'm like, dude, you do a long session, that's just going to be more annoying than anything. But yeah, just like, I don't know, eye level is the whole thing. And obviously this is way bigger, but they're up so that it's still eye level for them. These guys are like obviously looking up a bit. A situation like this might not be terrible. But then again, it's the whole eye level thing, right? If you can get a little bit away from it. Another one, that whole eye level thing talking about. Obviously this is music, but still sort of thing. Warner Brothers. This is their kind of setup. And then this one's like a private studio. Still up enough so that it's still just eye level for you. But yeah, so if you were to get a TV, you could do like a TV closer, but it just has to be something that's eye level. Just like the one with 3 monitors, yeah. Main thing is if you're like you're saying you're an editor, you sit there and you're at it for a while, having to move your head around can get as much as you don't want to say, could get exhausting, but it can get to be annoying. All right, so I did this. Now I just need to make a thumbnail for this. All right, let me open up my thumbnail thingy project, my thumbnail project, and then I guess I just have to make 2 things that are just 2 different sizes, right? So, so what we'll do is we'll actually open this up and go back to this reframing project since I have a bunch of media in there, and I'll just get media with both sizes, and then I'll just have like 2 thingies, I guess, 16 by 9 and 9 by 16. Okay, so we will go into, maybe we'll use this. Oh, I didn't know she's in like a dress like that. Maybe not. Let's see, what else do I have? This one might be better. Let's actually run it while we're sitting here. Let's see how well it does. The other thing that I noticed is the first time you run it while on your thing, it goes kind of, it's like the startup takes a little bit, but now if I continue to keep putting clips, it'll go fast. Watch. Take another clip, even though this one's shorter, but it starts right away. You know what I mean? Like everything, I guess the neural network's already loaded into my graphics card. But now let's see how this looks. Why is everything super blurry? She's blurry all the way up. It's too close. All right, let's go to something else. Something outdoors. What does this look like? Can't see anything. Oh yeah, I had that one. This one will be perfect. Yep. So we will go. We're actually going to take that all the way back just so I can see the timing. And we're going to do 6 seconds exactly. 6 seconds. Come into here. New timeline. Project. Yep. All right. What did I just make? Did it not create one? Timeline 5. Okay, sure. Create. There we are. All right. No idea what that file was called. Is that here? Yep. Copy this. Paste this. Set. And go to 5 or 6. 6 seconds. All right, so come over here, grab still, go into here, grab still. Now I have them both, and now I just have to export them. So let me do that quick. Export. JPEG. Export. Okay. Now that we did that, come back over to here. And all right, so we come into here, we can drop that one there and drop that one. All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not supposed to be coloring that. Too saturated. What the heck? Why can't I change the saturation? Here we are. I think I'm going to delete everything else in this. Because I think there's too many layers. And they're just annoying. Alright, and then I need to go... Don't these texts look different sizes? What the hell am I listening to? That's small. Can you actually read it? That size. Nah, you can't tell what the hell that is. All right. It's called Affinity Photo. I'm live. Yesterday was it yesterday I made that? Yeah, yesterday I made the transition. I probably should make it a little different and a little quicker, but yeah, I made that yesterday. And then I made this yesterday as well. It's like a little thingy that I use at the beginning. But yeah, I need to make more stuff. But yeah, I'm here. Okay. 64. 64. Does it have to be known that both of these are... you know what else I can do? Around the edge of these, so that they stick out a little bit better, we'll throw an outline and we'll grab the color of this. And we'll make this outline a couple pixels. To make it 8 exactly. Here we are. And then we'll do the same to here. Outline. Grab the color. What did I just make that 8 pixels? And those are completely different reds. Now, how does that look small? I think that does better. What time is it here? It's almost 6 a.m. It's 5:42. Yep, Affinity Photo. Okay, so now that I have these red, I should probably not have this color. So... So smart reframe needs to be the focus here. So maybe make this, let's just get rid of that and make this really big. I think that looks better. This is what I'll say about stock. Don't ever go into it thinking that it's oversaturated. Yes, there's a lot of people that create it, but there's always something unique about where you are from. And that's what sells. A lot of people can't wrap their head around that, and they want to go to like really cool places that, or they perceive as cool. The stuff that sells is the stuff that editors can't get to. So I live in the northwest. I bit my lip. I live in the northeast of the United States, and we get a lot of snow. So people that are in California, if they're doing a project, they're trying to promote something, or maybe they are a production house for commercials, but they don't use video footage. They don't have access to go and film something with snow on it, right? Or the architecture in your area is very different than the rest of the world in some way, shape, or form. So yes, there are a lot of people, and yes, you could look at it as being a saturated environment, but there's always something that makes where you're from unique. And those are the things that you can sell, because all the like resorts, all that sort of thing, places that you want to go on holiday or vacation, depending on where you're from and what you say, those places you always want to film because you think like, oh, it's so different. There's people that are there that film that. Those are saturated. But if you need like your backyard, there was a video that Amazon, and it's messed up to say this, but I think it brings home my point. There was a project that Amazon did a while ago, and a part of the project, they had the news on one of the TVs in the show, and the video footage that was in the news that was on the TV in the show was of like an incident that happened. It was, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something with like a train getting derailed in a train station or something like that. And it was like a big thing. And then there was another one with a train. There was like a bombing in a train station. And like those are like very unique situations to that particular area. And it was in like a show. And you always have like that sort of thing. The random TV that someone walks by that has that footage. But yeah. Because I had people that were around me that helped me with all the stock stuff that I did. And like they wanted to do stock stuff, but they were like, oh, I want to travel, because they looked at my library that I have online, and they were like, wow, like I want to go to like all these places or do this stuff. And it's like the only time I ever filmed of other locations was like when I was on vacation and I had a camera with me. So I filmed it and then I turned it into stock footage. I think this will be good enough. Although the last video I did had a green title, and I don't think I want it to be green. So we'll change this and make this one blue. But I will say this about stock sites. For a long period of time, I was making, I made stock stuff, and then I kind of paused for a bit. A lot of agencies are like making it very difficult for people that just part-time stock or like don't update their stock portfolio very often. I forget which ones. Like Shutterstock, I completely closed my account there. What was the other one? Storyblocks, they completely stopped that whole thing. Like now if you have a big enough library, they just buy your library from you, because they don't, the way that their whole model is now that there's like they're subscription based, and they don't sell like per license anymore. But what is that? Pond 5, they still do good for me. Getty still does good for me. So Pond 5, you can set your own prices for your footage, which is really cool because let's say that there was an incident. So I live like 2 hours from this really big airport that's in New York. And when our current president first got into office, he had a travel ban. And during that travel ban, there was a lot of people protesting at the airport. Stuff like that, if you can get there and film that, that'll be in documentaries for, forever. So people that are making documentaries about whatever the subject is will look at that stuff. That then you can set as a really high price. But you can make good money, and you don't have to have a crazy library. You just have to have stuff that other people can't film easily. Storyblocks was amazing for a little while because I got signed up with Storyblocks when they first started, but now they don't do any of that, which kind of sucks. So I would say Pond 5 is your go-to. Getty's very hard to get into unless you have a pretty sizable, but they have that other thing. What the heck is that other thing called? Hold on a second. Camera. Hold on. Storyblocks has this other thing, or excuse me, Getty has this other thing. It is called. Oh crap! What the heck is it called? Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. iStock. Yeah. iStock. You can get into iStock pretty easily. I forget what the minimum because what a lot of the sites do is they will look at a small portion of your portfolio. They'll have you upload some stuff, and they'll just take a look at it. And then they'll typically let you in and then ask for all your banking info and stuff, so that they can direct deposit to you. The only thing that sucks with doing video is all of the stock software to upload. Most of it is all set up for the perfect setup for images. So being in the video world, you kind of have to work with some of those tools, but they don't really deal with high quality footage very well. I remember having an issue trying to preview 4K in these programs so that I could make sure everything was properly tagged. But yeah, I would try iStock. I almost don't want to say Shutterstock, but you could do Shutterstock, because Shutterstock changed their whole commission structure. So if you're a smaller creator there, I think they give you a smaller cut. I would have to look again. It's been a while since I've kept up with it. Because after a while, when you start to do other stuff, it's kind of some money trickles in from there. All right, so we're gonna save this quick, and then you kind of stop making stuff until you film again, and then I always just do everything in big batches. So when I'll upload a couple hundred or a couple thousand video clips, depending on where I'm filming. All right, so I'm having a brain fart here. All right, so we're going to save this here. It's going to be a thumbnail. Are you just curious about stock, or are you actually looking to get into it? What resolution does it need to be in? HD still sells because most television, at least in the US, is HD. But I personally would up if you have the ability to do 4K, I would do 4K. Don't even worry about 2K. It's either HD or 4K. And if you upload everything to websites at 4K, they sell the other versions of it for you, so you don't have to upload multiple times. So you upload the highest resolution, and then they'll process lower resolutions for you. And if you use something like Pond 5, then you can set the prices for 4K and HD. All right. You did. I'm done editing, though. But if you have questions, by all means, ask away. We were just talking about like selling stock video and like the go-to places that at least I recommend. All right, so now what do we create? We could create something else for the stream, but I'm not sure what. Upload whatever TV is processed at. So whatever, your broadcast television frame rate is, do that. Because a lot of the time, most of your footage is going to be for commercials, or they're going to be for news coverage of something. And then they'll just use the stock as like filler to, visually show what they're talking about. Yeah. So whatever your TV, whatever TV is there, like in the US, it's 29976. So that's what I would upload at. Yeah, there's also the keying stuff. There's 3 new keyers. For the effects. What is my process for editing? What are we editing? Are we still talking about stock, or are we talking about editing like a YouTube video? Or are we talking about editing like a TV show? YouTube video or TV show? So YouTube video, at least my YouTube videos, because they're kind of just like teaching videos, and I do kind of like one takes. You could back up the stream and then watch like my editing process, but I just get my footage, I bring it in, I put it all on the timeline, and I cut out my ums and uhs, and that's kind of that. TV show, I did one reality TV show. I forget how many episodes I actually edited, but for that, my editing process was bring all the footage in, get it all synced up, because a lot of the time we had audio that wasn't connected to any camera, and we didn't really have like good time code for audio there. So we had slates, so I would have to sync all that up, get everything in proper bins. Man, back then I kind of wish I streamed, because that would be interesting to see, right? Because I spent a lot of time doing that. Do I do YouTube full time? Kind of. The most of my time is spent doing like website stuff. So I do the YouTube videos, which, depending on what video I'm doing, it doesn't take me super long, but a lot of the products and doing support for the products and stuff like that is a lot of my time. And then doing all the stuff that you have to do to promote that kind of stuff to a broader audience. But the whole like TV show stuff, so you get all your footage in, get everything into different bins for different cameras, different locations. Do I use the features in the cut page? No, I don't even have the cut page. I'm just kidding. No, I when the cut page was initially put into DaVinci Resolve, I tried it, but it was very light on the features it had. And I was jumping back and forth, and then at some point I said, I'm kind of sick of this. It's taking me too long, and I haven't gone back to the cut page in quite a while to see if I fare any better with it. I'm just very used to the way in which that I edit. But yeah, I spend a lot of my time doing support emails for the products on my site. I use Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer. I don't use Affinity Publisher. I don't write. So, yeah, I don't use Publisher. But I do use Designer and Photo. Cut page has its benefits. I don't know what the cut page, all right, so sell me on it. What in the cut page am I missing out on? So see all my clips in a bird's eye view? Are you talking about this thing? Well, here's another way in which I'm pretty sure I made a YouTube video explaining this. This is how I did TV shows. So you do this, right? And then let's say like this was one of my cameras, right? So then all I would do is I would have all of my cameras in one. I mean, not looking like this though. I would have it all really small like that. And then I would have all of my cameras here. And then I could, fastly go through all of my cameras and say, okay, let's get that clip, and I could copy that clip up here. Oh wait, something's different here. Hold on a second. Why can't I drag that into there now? Can I copy it into here? I sure can. Okay. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I don't really. Have you considered editing stream highlights of a Twitch streamer for their YouTube page? Have I considered that? Are you asking me? I don't have enough time to do that. Maybe I could turn, I think someone could turn that into a full-time job editing for someone else, but I'm pretty busy with the stuff that I'm doing now. I don't think I'd have the time to do someone else's work. But this is how the one issue with this compared to Premiere, and it's like my biggest issue, is all of the extra space and stuff. Like this bar here is way too big. Like if I could not have this bar here, if we could get rid of these and like this, make this smaller, like these numbers here, make this smaller, like this should be the size of like these letters up here, right? If you could make all this stuff smaller, similarly, how they made all of this smaller, they should do that to a lot of this other UI, and there'd be so much room. And obviously you can go like this to get a little bit more space. You're telling me that. I completely understand. I've seen all the promotional video on it, but anytime that I've done something, I've always done it this way, because what I can do is I can look through clips and I can say, okay, that one, I could say which clips and color them, right? That meant something. And then I could then build my timeline off of that and having, those areas picked out. It's just a different way of working, to be completely honest. Because I came from editing on Premiere, and here, I'll actually, give me a second. I'll show you because for some reason it's on my freaking Twitter, but I'll show you what my thing used to look like. That's how my timeline used to look. So I had all the different, this is like super difficult to read, but had all my different cameras up here. It would then come on. And then if I ever had to pull something, I have like the equivalent power bins. I would have 3 of them over here, just different, folders of all the footage. And this is what I miss the most. The audio and how small you can make them. The biggest thing I hate about freaking Resolve. Do I have a normal timeline here with audio? This is the biggest thing I hate about Resolve. You have audio on, but you have to make it. Oh, there's no audio even in that. I know that these have. Yeah. I hate that you can't make them small and still have audio in there. You have to like open it up to like a certain point. That's the one thing I hate. I wish you could make them as small as they get. When I'm working on big projects, then I'll do the color coding. A lot of the stuff I've been working on lately, I don't even go through the process. Unless there's something that has a problem area. So like yesterday, I probably did some color stuff. I don't think in the other project that I was working. What is going on? Oh, I'm crashing. That's why. Am I crashing, or are we just like stuttering here? And sometimes it's nice when you have like, oh, my camera froze, huh? Interesting. It's nice when you have an assistant editor too, because they do a lot of that for you, getting everything all set up. OBS is good. I'm just opening up Resolve again. My stream is out of sync? My stream's out of sync? Oh, I can't even hear myself. It says 0 drop frames. Okay, so I was working on a project. Where was it? Stream stuff. We'll open that one up. Actually, you know what? We can set up a Postgres server. If I remember how to do it. Or should we just do this? I'm just so sick of waiting for all of this to load. Okay, it looks like I broke something. Because these clips aren't even here. I have other timelines? What was that? Oh yeah, we made that. That's right. I forgot about that. What else did we make? Oh yeah, we were working on something with this, but I had no idea what to do with it. What do you think about Resolve's database system for storing projects? Well, I'm curious. Is there any way that I can get information in here? Do they put numbers? I wish there was like numbers or something. But there are no numbers. I don't think it's bad. But I just have a lot of projects. And when you end up making a large amount of projects, it just kind of goes a little slow. That's my only issue. But if you make a Postgres server or have a Postgres database, it goes a lot quicker. Is DaVinci Resolve 17 stable? If you only use DaVinci Resolve 16 stuff, it's stable. A lot of the DaVinci Resolve 17 stuff I've been having issues with. I just made a video about crashing with. It's a studio only tool. It's a studio only tool, but the smart reframe, if you use a timeline in a timeline, so if I go like this and put this timeline here and try to use this reframe on this timeline, then it'll crash. No matter what I did, it would crash. Outside of that, most of the other stuff was fine. Effects, taking a video and going into the effects and adding an effect on works perfectly fine. My only issue with this is that these effects you can't cache, right? You can render in place, but you can't cache. Like you can do the render in place. That's a new thing, right? But you can't do a normal cache, like where the blue line's on the top. Did I report it yet? No, I have a whole list of stuff that I have issues with. I'm going to, I think I'm going to make a video about like all the things that I like so far about DaVinci Resolve and the things that I'm not too happy with. And in that list, it's going to have all of the bugs that I found, like that. One of the other things that I was like, what the heck? I showed this on stream before. This is supposed to be a video call template, but the icons are like right there. It's super small. And then when you click on it and you go into the effects in Fusion, and you open this up, they have some nodes that are completely turned off, which doesn't make any sense. And for me, I'm thinking of this as this is supposed to be something that will be shipped with Resolve. So people are going to look into this to learn how to build these things, right? So why do you have nodes off? That's the first one. The second one is they have this letterbox thing. There is no letterbox here. So out of all these nodes, they named like half of them. Why is there one that's called letterbox? You take that out, and then all of a sudden the template looks correct. So if I come back over to edit, now this looks like a video call would look. So there's a couple of like weird things like that. But yeah. But I think the whole like the effects being able to cache is like my biggest issue. I think my next video I'm going to do is talk about this whole render in place, because what that allows you to do is make a super complicated clip like in Fusion or whatever, and then you can just render it out in place right there instead of dealing with the whole caching thing and things falling out of cache and stuff like that. So I think that will be really cool. I just have to put together a video explaining it and giving reasons to use it and stuff like that. I didn't really think it through yet. All right, so now I am going to hold on a second. I'm going to see if I can change around some stuff here. Hold on a second. And we're going to see if we can set up a Postgres server and get things working. I'm going to see if they maybe update it where I can use my old Postgres server that was actually updated. But I haven't looked at documentation or anything that says like the current version of and then I also haven't freaking run this virtual machine in a long time, so we'll give it a try and see what happens. And hopefully it works. Getting a MacBook Pro. Why isn't this like resizing? What the heck? That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Actually, before we even update, let's just see if we can get this to work. Is there a way to update this? Because this is going to be on a different IP now. Hold on a second. Disconnect. Are you sure? Do you want to disconnect selecting databases? You can't undo this action. Sure, disconnect it. What? Why is it trying to save that? I don't know what the freaking stuff is for this. I forget what's plugged into this freaking server. Maybe it's 20? Serious right now? What is going on? I think we're gonna work. Hold on a second. Network. Yeah, it's a 20 network. That should have worked. No, wait, is 20 being taken by something right now? Whoops. Oh, duh. Gotta change the gateway. Duh. Is this not updating anymore? Do I have to reopen this? I think that thing crashed. It just didn't know what the gateway was for the DNS and stuff. But then it like kind of like stopped it responding. It's like frozen. Hold on. Shutting them all down. How do I find the graphics card? I should probably do this off stream. It connected, but like nothing. It's like not working. Let's try to shut it down. Try this again. All right. So let's go back into that project. I'll probably deal with the virtual machine later. I feel like nothing's working for me. All right, so modified date. Who is a Mac user? Oh, you guys are talking back and forth. All right. So now I should probably actually use this for something, but I just don't know what. All right, we're going to make something completely different. What was this length, though? Because I want another... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to duplicate this one. And then just use its length, but delete everything in it. Goodbye. Okay. Now let's get some of those shapes up. We're going to do an ellipse. the shape renderer. We're going to connect this up, take a look at it, and we're going to make this really small. We're just going to connect that. Whoop, wrong way. Little dot like that. And then we're going to do sgrid and do like 50 and 50. And bring them real close. Ooh, whoa. So did you see my video talking about Fusion and audio. Because now you can see the waveform in Fusion. So whenever you have like a drum hit or something like that, then you can have something on screen be reflected. It's a lot of dots, but take a look at this. This is what makes it crazy. It's using almost no RAM. It doesn't even move. And you have all the dots and the lines. You know how much memory that would take if I did it with masks and just images? That's why I really like these the renderers. Or the shapes. Hello. Welcome to the stream. What the heck? All of a sudden I'm down at the freaking river. Sounds like. No, I'm gonna do another transition. So it needs to just fill the whole screen and you know, go away. But I think that will be good enough for a transition, something like that at least. I want to add more things to this now. So before the renderer, S. The heck? Oh, copies. One. Can you can't add motion blur to this stuff, right? You can put motion blur. Oh, it does do motion blur. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I like it. But then you can't say what things are motion blur and what things aren't motion blur. That might be something they might want to do. Be able to put like a flag on something like don't motion blur this or motion blur this. Oh, you know what? I just noticed something. This isn't showing up. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to go like this. How do I get just as one? Wait a second. What the heck was that? No, that's not what I did. There we are. I got an NVMe. That's funny. I completely forgot I had my camera off. Wait, that didn't look right. Oh yeah, never mind. Does look fine. Actually, with that too, I should probably both of these. If you're asking that question about the speed editor, I think Studio. If like get Studio, buy Studio, and then you get the keyboard for free, and then you can determine if you like the keyboard or not, because you can get it for free now. But I feel like the keyboard is very specific on how you edit. Well, we got the salsa freak here. Are you also doing some late night edits? So I just put motion blur on this, but oh yeah, you can see it here. I was gonna say you can't see the motion blur, but I guess you can. So now on this, do I also put text plus and put this in here somewhere? Oh, you know what I can do? Watch this. This is kind of funny. Well, it's not that funny, but this. I don't know if anyone has ever noticed how a lot of my products on my website have to do with space stuff. But something that's really funny is a lot of my code also has random pieces of code from shuttle launches. So what I'll do is I'll find some. There was some stuff in here that they had actual machine code, like Apollo 11 code. Let's get some of that. What is this? No. There's a lot of readmes in here. Oops. So you just take something random in here. And I go, hey, you know what? That looks fine. I get the raw version of it. And get all of it. And we'll put it in here. And then we'll make it really small. And get rid of all this line spacing. Oh man, is there an easy way to get rid of line spacing? There is a way, but I forget how to do it. Do I have to start up VS and do that? VS Code to get rid of all this spacing? Because this is going to kind of look like crap. Because look at all the space in here. Wait a second. What the heck is going on here? What the heck is that up there? Okay, it didn't really work out how I wanted it to. Hold on a second. Put in word and delete spacing. Yeah, there's got to be an easy way though. Paste in the internal of a VM. I can't paste into the HTML5 though, terminal. I know that there's like a simple way to do it, but I can't. Is there something I can like remove line space? Wait, can I do this in Sublime? Move line space. All right, give me 1 sec, 'cause I don't know what. I haven't opened my Sublime in a while. Wait, do I not even have it installed anymore? Isn't it like /n or something like that? Find. Oh wait, I can just do this, right? Find. It's just gonna remove normal spaces and not line breaks. How do you remove line breaks? Isn't it just like n/ or something? No, it's not. Search and replace. Oh, so n/s plus? It didn't do jack. Yeah, but how do you? I don't really know what I'm doing here. Talk about stuff I've never done in a freaking text editor before. Did I do it? It's not doing anything. Empire replace tab. Let's space 2. Haha. Now it's like on top of each other. You know what, a second? If I switch this over to Lua, what happens? Why is it so difficult? Why are they like that? All right, you know what? We're gonna do something else instead of this freaking stuff from the shuttle or Apollo. Do they have something that's like modern that doesn't like some Python? Give me some examples. Actually, that might just work the way it is. All right, what was I working on? Where do you find keyboard customization? DaVinci Resolve and then keyboard customization. What are we waiting for? Alright, you're slowing me down. What is going on now? Did I just break it? There we are. And then for these, you do this. I think there's too many of these lines. Oh, wait. Yeah. Too many lines. I don't like that color. It's looking a little bit better. All right, what is the color of these? What is that? Guess you really wouldn't see that. If I knew what I was creating, I would tell you. But I don't know. I wanted to recreate one of these. Like that thing. But I don't know how I feel about this. And I just realized I sat here and waited for this to go. And I don't even have a media out. Let's try that again. This might take a while to cache. Yeah, it's really lightweight, but then I find a way to make it even, take it even longer to render. Today is finally Friday. Later today, there might be something interesting for the people that are a part of my email list. I'm going to be sending out a mass email later today. It sure is. I hope it's not the worst. How can you be on the email list? Go to my website. And at the bottom. That's funny. You don't know what Friday the 13th could do worse than what has already happened in 2020. It's been an interesting year, that's for sure. Something weird's going on. There we are. Kind of. It's like still not playing though. Well, it might be time for a restart. I had other people ask me to do the same thing. The only issue with doing something like that is I don't really have like a legal way of, if I did do that, like paying people out. Or a process. I don't even know how I would go about doing that, to be honest with you. I have no idea what has happened. It just like stopped doing anything. Like it's moving and it knows that it's on this clip, but like I'm not actually seeing anything. All right, well, I don't know what to do here. It's like sort of showing it. I have no idea what this thing is doing right now. What is my like processor at right now? It's doing something, but I can't like actually use my computer right now. You're more than able to. On my website, I have like a contact thing. You could send it there. I don't know how I would be able to do that. Unless it was like contract work or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. So it's doing something, but I haven't seen, unless it's rendering something else that's on this timeline. Maybe I should just delete everything else. No, all of this is all cached already. So it must be something here. I have no idea. It's doing something though. Ugh. I'll put my my cursor here and we'll see if it moves. Cause it's doing something. And it won't allow me to see anything else, so. Maybe this is the whole Friday the 13th thing. My computer just does whatever it wants. I haven't seen it move yet. Everything else in Fusion's fine. I think DaVinci Resolve has been pretty much the same speed. Fusion titles have been rendering pretty quick. I think I just made a node structure that is very bad or something. Because it's just crunching numbers, but not doing anything. Alright, you know what? If I just disconnect this, will this render faster? I'm curious. Because it might be those blurs on the masks. We'll see what happens here. Or, you know what it might be? Because since this is all new, on this render I put motion blur. Maybe that's it. Actually, you know what? Because it's still like this, I think... Can I play this clip? If I can't play this, then I feel like something weird's going on here. Alright. Yeah, it's like just viewing it, but I'm not actually playing it. So, what I'll do is open up a different project and jump into that project, close this one, and reopen this one. What about it is slower? Or like, what are you doing that's slower? Or you feel like it's slower? Because I've been editing videos today and it was going perfectly fine. Everything plays good. Just some of that fusion stuff. Like, I will tell you that these, not that. These bars, no, not that either. These bars are like, they're heavier and they render really quick in comparison to like how things used to be. Just editing in general? Really? That's weird. Because like normal titles, because those are kind of like heavy, but normal titles, I always go to the, I go to these, and these render really freaking quick. At least like this preview thing. I don't know. I haven't had any issues, but then you're also on a Mac. But typically, Macs do a bit better with DaVinci. As much as they didn't want to say like that was the case, when I did that whole interview, I really feel that way. So I'm going to close the stream stuff one. So that's closing now. It's doing something because now it showed my bar. All right. Now let's reopen it. I did an interview, was that last year, the year before, with a guy from Black Magic. And I was asking like questions that I always get asked, like how can they offer the DaVinci Resolve for free? Are they going to be making color monitors and stuff like that? Okay, now it's like... Yeah, now it's working. So it must have been something... Alright, so now if I do that... Is it online? Yeah, I don't know what it's called though. Hold on a second, let me go look for it. I made this. Is there even a date on here? Do I not have dates? Wow, I just noticed that on my posts I don't have dates. Does this have a date? September 3rd, but of what year? Well, you know what? We'll go to the video. Last year. Man, a lot has happened this year that makes this feel so far away. Yeah. Audio looks out of sync on my camera. I can't hear myself right now. But let me turn it off and turn it back on. I mean, it could be I'm using a completely different mic that's not tied to the camera. Just got Studio. So excited to try things out. Nice. What do you primarily do? I mean, I'm guessing that you use the free version of DaVinci Resolve. What kind of work do you work on? Do you do like YouTube videos, or do you do like social media stuff, or? All right, now I got to add more stuff to make this look cool. But what do I add? I don't know. Let's offset this a bit. Okay, I don't know how to offset this. That just looks terrible. That just looks like chaos. Oh no, we can't do that. Okay, maybe we just get rid of these. Okay, we do that, and then we take these three and we just disconnect all of this, right? And we connect these. Ooh, no, not like that. We connect these up, right? So now we just have the text. Why is nothing showing up? Oh. No, wait, that should show up. What in the world is going on here? Alright, these are getting deleted. Alright, we'll do that, right? Bring this over. What other stuff looks like the crap that they put in TV shows on the screens? All that crap that they always put on like monitors and TV shows. They always have like a bunch of text going and like random things spinning and crap. Is there no, there isn't. The shape stuff, this is all there is for shapes. Shapes. It's just like actual shapes. But there's no text. It would be cool if like all the tech stuff had the tools that like Fusion has, because there's a lot of cool stuff there. What does a doctor use a video for? I can see like martial art videos, but like what does a doctor do? Oh yeah, I was looking up stuff in sci-fi show. All right, now I got to make all this stuff. Oh, yeah, that's what I can do. All right, so we're going to have it. This just keeps changing. All right, we're going to keep it the gray. Keep it the gray. And then we're just going to grab one of these texts. See, this is what I end up doing. I just end up remaking stuff over and over again. And never end up having an end product that I'm happy with. So let's take this color. That's the primary color we'll use for everything. And we'll change... Now I gotta make a million other things. But like, what kind of videos does a doctor like? What does a? Are they like commercial sort of things, like, or does he like show him doing doctor things? I don't know. I guess that's like what I'm thinking, because when I think of a doctor, I think like, don't they have to be private about everything they do? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It made keyframes on all that? Damn it. Interesting. I haven't been to a doctor in a while. I guess that's a good thing, knock on wood. Actually, no, we'll have both of these go through. Oh, that's a background. I don't want a background. I want the text. Where was that? In here? So we'll take this. So we only have to go through one glow. But then we have to flip these. Wait. Here. That doesn't even look good. Hello. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm like, I don't even like this. I need a good theme. Which is better, PC or Mac for DaVinci Resolve? I don't think I would buy a PC or a Mac specifically based on DaVinci Resolve since it runs on both of them. It depends on what your other software that you use as well. because there's some Mac only software and there's some PC only software, and DaVinci Resolve runs on both. So if I had to pick something to run DaVinci Resolve and I was building a crazy computer, or a crazy computer, I would run it on Linux. Because Linux, you don't have all the limitations that you have with a Mac and a PC. And you can kind of run a really, really crazy system. Like the big color companies that do high-end color run on Linux. I mean, but yeah. But then for someone that doesn't really know Linux that well, you're going to be like, how do I do anything in this operating system? But yeah, I would probably say what your other software is, I would probably get it based around that stuff, since you can run it on both. Alright, I'm kind of not liking this whole idea. I need to come up with some, I need some inspiration from something. Here's something interesting. Could I take a shape layer and get like oh yeah, you can't, because you can't make a path. Because this is something that it would be cool to make as a shape layer. So if I take both of these and we go into something, so let's just use the colors we've been using, like the green. Get both of these to go into here, and then let's just do like a black, sure. Go onto here. All right, I need like something that's like more substantial kind of music. All right. And then you can take, see, this is the only, this would be amazing if you could do this, but all right, so you take this, right? Let's remove that for now. And we'll make 3 points, right? Doesn't matter where those points are. We'll paste this, right? And we'll connect it up. And we will make these small. So a point like 02. I think that'll be fine. All right. Then you take this line. And then we can go line and publish points. And then we can say 0.0. Modify with right. Then this one, modify with 0.1. This one, modify line. Actually, no. Let's do it the other way around. So we'll remove that. Move this. And remove this. And then come over here. I'll just change this to make this easy. E1. E2, E3, right? And then take this line and go here and go, why don't I see that? Oh. Then we can go to the first one. And we can maybe we'll get the idea here now. Then we can make a line, right? The heck is that green line? I don't know where that came from. But then you can start doing stuff. I wish you could do that in shapes. That'd be nice. If only. If only. I guess for now we'll just keep doing it the same way. But I'm kind of burning out. I just realized that it's 7:50. I should have had my video already uploaded and ready to go. Well, that kind of sucks. Well, I guess I'm gonna end it here so I can actually get this video up. I think I have it all done though. But yeah, I'm out of here. Have a good weekend, guys. Don't know if I'll be on the weekend. I'm gonna still try to make videos, but we'll see what actually happens. But yeah, with that said, I'm out of here. Have a good one. Stay safe, and I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.